Good afternoon, mech techs, mech warriors, and nobles in hiding. It is that time. We are back. The work never ends. So let me just pop on the chill music. Let's switch us over to IntelliJ. Shazam. There we are. How is everybody today? I am tired. Which, to be honest, I do seem to begin every Friday dev stream with I am tired, but it's true every time. This time I'm tired because I was once again up developing until late at night. I went to bed, I think, around about 1 a.m. this morning. Because it is the crazy time. It's the end of the dev cycle. Everybody's frantically trying to get those last minute fixes in so that when the new version releases, it is the best quality we can give you. It is a delicate time. It is a troubling time. It is a time of very late nights. We did some very cool stuff yesterday. Fixed a bug with Psychatic, who I can see us in chat. Hi, Psychatic. Reported. Basically, we completely broke the ability to advance to a new day. It turned out it was linked to some old unofficial SPAs that had been removed in MekHQ, but were still present in MegaMek. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know why it suddenly became an issue. Something somewhere unrelated got changed, and suddenly it was everybody's problem. Annoying. But such is life. So we've now permanently removed the old SPAs from MegaMek and MekHQ. These were some old SPAs that were added. There are unofficial stuff added a long time ago. Not really. It's basically just they weren't removed from MegaMek because people don't like us when we remove stuff from MegaMek. But now is the time. It's been removed. The bug has been fixed. Extra protections have been put in place to ensure the bug doesn't reappear, and we should be good. Psychatic asks, what SPAs? That's a good question. I don't remember right off the top of my head. I believe it was the. Let me actually. If I just go over to MegaMek, you can all join me. Shazam. If I go to pull requests and closed, this should be the last thing closed. Here they are. It was gunnery energy, gunnery missile, and gunnery ballistic. Basically, they gave you a -2 to the target number for attack rolls when using energy, missile, or ballistic, with no downside. We had a secondary set of SPAs called Gunnery Specialist, Energy, Missile, Ballistic, if I remember correctly. Basically, Gunnery Specialist, that gave you bonuses to the Energy, Missile, or Ballistic, but also gave you a penalty to other types. Significantly more balanced. Basically, the way we have to look at it is anything unofficial in MegaMek is on borrowed time, because as soon as an unofficial rule causes a problem in MegaMek, it will just be deleted, as is the case here. Radar says they had to tell my group, hey, your pilot's going to lose those SPAs, either swap to gunnery or specialist or refund the SPAs. So I'm surprised you could even access them. They should not be accessible in MekHQ. Unless you're running a MegaMek game that you're just doing some paperwork on the side. But yeah, no, these SPAs are gone. They will not be coming back, and this is not open to negotiation. They are gone. They're an unofficial rule. They're completely imbalanced. I'm not surprised everybody wants them. But no, they are gone. They will not be coming back. Oh, Radar confirms they're doing hand paperwork for most of the group. Yeah. No. These SPAs should never have been included in the project in the first place. Is my personal opinion. I have to emphasize personal because people can construe that as this is the opinion of the MegaMek team. Again, these are private streams for private people. They are not official MegaMek streams. So I can voice my personal opinion. Oh, hi, Bandit. Bandit's decided to go climbing up the back of my chair. Listen here, sir. If you jump from the back of my chair onto your bed and break it again, which is exactly what you're about to do, if you break your bed, you're going to end up on the floor and you're going to be sad. Don't do it, buddy. He's currently perched on my shoulder like a parrot, aiming at his desk bed. In a minute, he's going to jump into the desk bed, and if he's not careful, his fat ass is going to dislodge it off my desk and send him. There he goes. Oh, okay, let me just readjust his deathbed before he ends up on the floor and then starts blaming me. There we go. He was very offended yesterday when he did that. But he's not a fat lad, but he's a cat, and when he leaps full weight from my shoulder onto his desk bed, he has a habit of just breaking the desk bed off my desk. And then he gets really upset because he ends up on the floor. Bandit, what are you even doing? He does this every time. Anytime I start streaming, he's perfectly normal off stream. As soon as I start streaming, he starts running around just with the zoomies, being a chaotic little motherfucker. But yeah, so these are gone. What else was I going to say? So we had some chatter in chat, I guess, while we were waiting to go live about pregnancies in MekHQ. So I don't have a specific PR to show you here, and I'm not going to dig it out. So we're going to go back to IntelliJ. But how reproduction works in MekHQ right now is we do a whole load of tests. Is this person eligible for reproduction? Yada, 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 yada. But one of the things that we check is, does the childbearing partner want children? And if the childbearing partner doesn't want children, no pregnancy can occur. If the childbearing partner does, then pregnancy can occur, and we go through the rest of the tests. It's all very long-winded. But what then happened is we've changed that so that now both the childbearing parent and the other parent, the non-childbearing parent, they both need to want children before it will happen. And what that's going to do effectively is it's going to reduce the number of couples that are eligible to produce children, which will have the indirect result of reducing pregnancies in MekHQ campaigns. Bandit, what are you doing? So we're preparing to move. I'll move on to that in just a second, but we are preparing to move. And so my rustly bag that has our Christmas tree in is in the middle of my office. So if you hear rustling in the background, Jesus Christ, Bandit, go away. It's Bandit playing on the Christmas tree bag, and he's now back, having climbed back onto the back of my chair, and now he's going to leap into his cat bed again. Listen here, you horrible, horrible little monster. Ow. Cats. Who fucking wants them? PS359, welcome to chat, says, so your virtual dudes learned to pull out? Yes. They learned what bedtime is. I'm not going to say what I was about to say. Let's just move on. Let's move on before I get myself kicked off stream. Moving, yes. So I have now put down a deposit on a new house. Hooray! So we are going to be moving very soon. Now, what does that mean for you guys? It means that streams might be a little bit sporadic for a little bit. Like, for example, next week I am doing a lot of work to get the house ready for the realtors to turn up. And so, especially with us being on vacation next week, the promised Xenonauts 2 streams will happen, but they may happen at different times to normal. They may not be in the usual schedule. So just be aware, just keep an eye out on your inboxes, keep an eye on stuff like that. So make sure you're following so you get notified when we go live, because next week in particular, I'm doing a lot of work around the house, and so that has to take priority over these streams. But I will still be doing the streams. I will still be around. It just might be at slightly different times. What else was I going to say? But yeah, no, we're moving house. I am losing my office. I'm so sad. We have decided, because of the housing market being as it is, we are not going to buy a house just yet. We're going to wait, see how things are. So we're actually moving into a rented accommodation, and we decided, because it's just me, my wife, and a mutual friend, we decided to just go for a 2-bedroom apartment, because that then allows us to clear away a bunch of debt over time, and it just financially makes it more advantageous to us. So we're going to do that, but it means, alas, 2 bedrooms means no office. Sad times. Radar says, will you still announce the streams on MegaMek Discord? No, I will not, because they will not be MegaMek streams. Scritorious Bastards, every Friday, will continue, and that will get announced. But while we're playing Xenonauts 2, we will not be announcing it on the MegaMek Discord, so make sure you're following if you want to hang out with me while I'm on vacation. But of course, just like our other streams, the Xenonauts streams will still be viewable on my YouTube channel. You can find the link in the place where links live. So don't be worried about missing anything. And the Xenonauts streams are basically a great chance for if you like, if I'm not streaming for a day, or you just need to have my sultry tones in the background for whatever reason, you know, if you miss the Xenonauts streams, it's not a problem. You can just go onto YouTube. You can watch them at a later date, because we're not going to be doing anything particularly exciting. It's just going to be a fun, relaxed time. You guys can watch me fumble my way through Xenonauts 2, because I am not good at Xenonauts 1. And like I said yesterday, I played Xenonauts 2. I played the beginning of one scenario, turn 1. I immediately got two achievements on Steam. The first for one of my guys dying, and the second for accidentally killing one of my guys with another of my guys. So this is we are not going to survive the alien invasion. The lizard people will win. But that's that. So what else? Yes, so some other news for MegaMek. There will be a blog going live today. At least as far as I'm aware, it should be going live today. That's just talking about some information prior to the launch of 51.0, clarifying some points about canonicity, official nature, some other stuff. It's going out soon. I definitely recommend when it goes out, obviously when I'm not streaming, of course, while you're waiting for the Scritorious Bastards to go live, have a read through the blog post and just get yourself caught up. And then this weekend, we will be having the launch of 51.0. I might, emphasis on might, I might stream some tomorrow, but probably not. Probably not. I'm probably not going to have a launch stream, just because the launch is a very, very busy time for me, and I don't think I'll have the capacity to split my attention between MegaMek's Discord and Twitch, because basically my role, whenever we launch a new version, my role changes from being the quote-unquote MekHQ lead. You can't see my big air brackets, but it's my big air brackets. Yeah, so it changes from that and into the more sort of like community managery role. So I basically provide post-launch support on the Discord. So that, as much as it could be fun to have a launch party, I don't think I will have the energy for that. It may be something we can try in future though. So look forward to this weekend. We will be launching 51.0 again, assuming nothing last minute breaks. So far looking good. What else? Yeah, so that's basically it. There's not really much more to cover. At this point, I am just delaying the inevitable, and that inevitability is us having to go through ATB contracts. So how about I have a sippy sip of water, and then we can get started. For anybody who wasn't here yesterday, and you're wondering what the devil are we doing in ATB contract, we are starting a massive overhaul project of everything to do with contracts in MekHQ, aiming for release in 51.1, potentially into 51.2. So we're aiming for 01, but this is going to be a big project, so it may move over into 02. And what we're doing is we're completely rewriting how contracts work, from purely architectural stuff down to how you guys interface with them. New contract market, new contract generation, new negotiations, new stuff to deal with manually adding contracts, manually editing contracts. So we're going to be going ahead and doing all of that. It's going to take us a long time, but what we're doing right now is we're just setting up the architectural basis for the move. And I'm not going to reiterate everything I said yesterday, but I'm going to very briefly summarize. So mission is the basic type of contract right now. Contract is a slightly more complex mission. ATB contract is a slightly more complex contract. What we are needing to do before we can even do anything with the rewrite is we're needing to convert them into abstract contracts. Abstract contract is basically a template that all contracts will do. And that's going to break this really bad chain of interdependency. So what we're doing is we're going through and breaking up the three contract types, mission contract and ATB contract, so they all can call back to abstract contract, and that will allow us to make potentially additional new contracts types down the line and other stuff. So our first step for today is going to be going through and getting rid of all the deprecated stuff out of ATB contracts. There's a lot. So we are just going to delete it, and then we're going to figure out what breaks. Actually, we can do something a little bit different. Is this even being used? It's not. Perfect. Off it goes. This is also deprecated. Is it being used? No. Cool. Off it goes. The reason why we're doing this is because we want to have to deal with transferring stuff as little as possible. So if we can get rid of a bunch of methods now, it means we don't need to transfer them over, which is good. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Oh, it's that old Bachow. It's old Bachow code. Yeah, I remember writing that. Goodbye. That actually took me hours to write. The current Bachow system works significantly better. Bachow is such a fun word to say. Like, I think the clans are dumb and I enjoy fighting them, but Bachow is just a fun word to say. I do refuse to your Bachow radar. It's true, I do. I really need to play the new DLC. So we're leaving this deprecated case in place for now. Is it actually being used anywhere? It isn't. Oh, cool. Then we're not. Goodbye. Okay, so that's removed all the deprecation. Excellent. Do we have anything deprecated in contract? We do not. And I know we don't have anything in mission. I was hoping that would take longer than it did. Oh. Also, I can see that Psychatic used 30 bits to gigantify Bandit's face, so I just wanted to say thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. That was during the pre-stream chatathon. Okay. Let me take off my glasses, rub my eyes, because it's been a very long day already. I was up working 1 in the morning, and then it's 8 o'clock wake up for me too. Yeah. Okay, so first things first, we need to start breaking out stuff that is specific to ATB contract and moving it over into abstract contract. And an ATB contract has a lot of variables. Okay, well, this isn't being used anywhere, so that can go away. Okay. So let's set up here. We've got the getters and setters for contract, but I also want the getters and setters for ATB contract. Thank you again for the bits. Psychatic gigantifying Flashfied, the hero of the Scotorious Bastards. So first off, we're going to move over ATP contracts. Now, again, we don't want these to be protected. We want these to be private. And there's a lot of public stuff here, which we're going to deliberately break because I know we're looking at. Ignore me. I'm being a dum-dum. Hum-de-dum-de-dum. I was thinking about something else because I'm putting this in the wrong place. This is a great start. There we go. We do, however, want it to be private. I want it to be private because we specifically want stuff to break. Why do we want stuff to break? Because then we can see what needs to be updated. Like here, for example. I want this, in fact, to be after those, and then these all need to get moved over to abstract. Momentary dum-dumness is unfortunately pretty typical of the human brain. Yeah. It definitely doesn't help that we're at the end of the dev cycle, so my brain is just a little bit more tired than normal. But it's okay. I'll forgive me. So here's the thing, this parent contracts are used by, what are they used by? They are used by subcontracting, and subcontracting will be going away. I can say that for certainty, subcontracts will be going away. Why? There's a few reasons. I know nobody asked why, but I'm going to tell you why. So there's a few reasons why I want it to go away. The biggest is that it doesn't make... I say it's the biggest. One of them is it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like your employer is paying you for your forces. You then selling your forces to somebody else it would make your employer a little bit upset. But so the biggest reason, and this is the actual biggest reason, the biggest reason is that I don't want... Why is nothing breaking? That's suspicious. Is this just never used anywhere? Oh no, it is. Oh, I see, it's got private access. Protected access, there we go. That's better. The biggest reason is just balancing. It's... What's the word? Like, garrison type contracts are already very lucrative. And so then being able to get even more profit out of it just creates this really awkward situation where garrison contracts are both generally the easiest contract and also because they become the most profitable. Which is just not good. Now, I could just delete them in 51.0. I chose not to. I'm going to let you guys have like a final hurrah. But right now, the plan is that when we do the new contract stuff, they will be going away. And I know some people will be sad to see them go, but I have to do what I feel is better, is best for the health of the game. And sometimes that does mean taking away stuff that people like. People generally don't like that if it's something that like inherently benefits them. So anybody who's been using these contracts, for anybody who's been using these contracts as a way to just get insane finances, isn't gonna like this change. But those insane finances are a problem that needs to be addressed. Illiani, the reverse Santa Claus, yeah. Psychatics talking about how they bought some give me a second. They bought some vedettes. I don't know how to use them. Vedettes are super cheap, so they're actually a pretty good like learning tank, because if you lose them, it's not really a huge problem. Okay, this is good. Let's move this stuff over. Another good use of vedettes is if you've got AC2s on them, AC2 vedettes in particular, is just sticking them in the back line and having them plink the enemy. You're not going to do game-changing damage most of the time, but every now and then, one of those plinks is gonna hit something critical. And so there's definitely an advantage in having some plinkers in your force, and vedettes are super, super cheap. Now, there is an argument that, and a very successful argument actually, that Scorpions would be better. Because I'm reasonably certain that Scorpions are cheaper. Reasonably certain. Yeah, having some cheap units at the back that aren't going to inflate your battle value too high to just plink the enemy, shave off a couple of points of armor here and there isn't a bad shout. No Scorpions come with an AC2. Oh, that's interesting. And that surprises me. Oh, there's one with a rack too. Okay. Public void set clan opponent final person clan opponent. And then we are going to scootle these over here. There we go. There we are. Perfect. Okay. So that cleans up that. So one of the problems with our current contract code, specifically contract code, is that we don't really have a great division between data, as in stuff that we need to know about a thing, and business, that is to say, the code that makes that stuff work. And it can create a situation, my voice went very loud then, it can create a situation where we're just having a weird interaction. When I'm not, okay, I'm waffling, let me start again. It creates a situation where you end up getting an incredibly bloated. Okay, so we need to direct. So we have to be careful when we are doing stuff like this, because if we're just moving the code over wholesale, we're then saying everything needs to inherit that code, which isn't necessarily correct. So one of the things that we will be doing is we're going to be, give me a second. We're going to be separating the, what is going on here? Give me some. It just creates very large stuffs that shouldn't, like large classes that shouldn't be. It makes them unwieldy. God, my brain is so tired today. This is. You guys don't normally get to see this prior to me starting to stream, of just how tired and this extends for the entire dev team, are just how tired we are by the end of a dev cycle. I've seen it written before that like we should get to the end of a cycle and then give it a couple extra weeks before we release. And the reason why we just can't do that is because by this point we are so tired. We're just doing ourselves a nice little disclaimer and saying, hey, don't use this to just change the employer code because it's going to break stuff. And this just means that when anybody who comes in at a later date is going to be able to just immediately see, hey, I shouldn't be using that method. I should be using the one that does the extra steps. But there are instances, generally in give me a second. Let's move over faction as well. What's this method doing? Where was I? Oh my god. But yeah, there are some instances where we really should be using it. And okay, we'll deal with that in a minute. Because you don't always want every step to be that really should be in utility to be done all the time. Man, if this is how tired I am now, tonight's Scatorious Bastards is going to be a trip. I'm already had one copy. What I might do, I might. This is A to B contract as well. I might go ahead and have another coffee. I'm not meant to, because it gives me the jitters. But if this is how bad I'm gonna be, I may need to. Okay, we'll deal with that in a minute. There should be get enemy code anyway. That we dealt with momentarily. Okay, back to the top. But yeah, if you're ever wondering what developers are like when you're playing your favorite video game, and you're wondering, oh, I wonder what it's like being a developer. Once you're near the end of a dev cycle, especially if it's been a long one, this is basically how everybody is. Everybody is just running on fumes. There is a lot of effort that goes into producing games, especially high quality ones. And one of the things we have here that we're very blessed with is we don't really have crunch. We can have periods that are close to crunch, but we don't really have true crunch, which is we are incredibly lucky. There are games that get released where the team has been on permanent crunch for most of the dev cycle of the entire game, and that is awful. Like, if you have a favorite game, like, I don't know, Red Dead Redemption 2, for example, had terrible crunch, and I promise you, there are people in the Red Dev 2 development team that probably got divorced as a result of the crunch. Because during crunch periods, you don't get to see your what's this doing? Your loved ones. You're basically spending every waking hour working on the game or the code or whatever. And that does just destroy relationships. Had to double check whether I was employer or enemy. Mass Effect 3, yeah, Mass Effect 3 also. And people are talking about Halo 2 as well. Yeah, no, I wasn't aware of Halo 2 because I was still a teenager then, so I wasn't really I wasn't really knowledgeable about game design in general back then. I was still a kid. But I was aware that Mass Effect 3 had terrible crunch. Youngster says, were I a game dev before this, Illiani? You sound like you speak from experience. I have never been a professional games dev, but I tend to know a lot about it because I was the only person in my friend group who didn't go into games dev. And here we are now. That didn't last very long. But yeah, no, I was the only person in my friend group who didn't go into game dev, and over the years, especially being involved in a number of modding communities, I've come to be very close friends with quite a few games devs over the years, and so I hear stories. Some stories I will not share because these are things I'm told in private, but I know someone who worked for Bethesda BioWare during Mass Effect 3. I know someone who... I am doing the wrong thing. I know someone who was working at I don't know if it's Activision Blizzard or I don't know if it was the Blizzard half of Activision Blizzard or the Activision half of Activision Blizzard, but they worked for Activision Blizzard when all of that, and they are FEM presenting, and they were working there when all of that news broke about some of the stuff that was going on at Activision Blizzard. They were working there at that time. And that leads into some of the stories that I say I will not be talking about. So, yeah. One day I will probably be involved in professional games development, just because the skills and experience I'm getting from MekHQ, I would like to think make me very employable. But I'm not in any rush, especially as the kind of games that I want to develop for. I mean, if you look at what I do here, you shouldn't be too surprised to learn that I'm a big proponent of emergent narratives in games. And so there just isn't a huge amount of games out there that lean into that. So short of some startup reaching out to me, Rimsworld suddenly having an opening and they're like, oh man, we sure wish we had a Java developer, or Dwarf Fortress. I would have a lot of fun with working on Dwarf Fortress. Short of that, I'm probably going to stay working on MekHQ for the foreseeable, because it gives me what I want, short of that cash money, which it does not give me. It definitely does not give me the cash money. In fact, I have spent a lot of personal money. Not as much as some others. Some members of the team have spent a lot of personal money on this project, but I've definitely spent some money here. What is going on here? What are we even trying to get? Enemy mercenary employer code. Is that where I just moved over? It is? Okay. We'll come back to that. I'm wondering what's going on there. We might not have a getter and a setter, which would be, there's get. Okay. That's it's because it's not returning the code. It's returning the derived value. Okay. We can fix that. But yeah, because of my passion in games development, and that's been with me my entire life. And there we go. Actually, it just occurred to me, I have actually known someone on the Blizzard side of the Activision Blizzard divide, though this was before it was Activision Blizzard. I forgot one of my buddies actually did work for Blizzard. But yeah, I've always had a passion for games development, and just being involved in some of the circles I've had have just given me the good fortune to be friends with a number of people who over the years have worked in very, very big companies. I was also in a past life, and I won't tell you too much details because I don't want to dox myself. I was actually a games journalist as well for a very short period of time. No, Radar was just robbed of their chance to get a pristine Warhammer. Yeah, no, I have worked a lot of very, very interesting jobs. I worked for a company that provided uniforms and costumes for TV and film. I had a lot of our stuff that I was helping like manage and repair was actually in a couple of major films and a lot of BBC television productions. I've been I've been a tour guide that led people around a city that I will not name because again I don't want to dox myself, but led people around a city and I would tell them ghost stories about the ghosts that are meant to have haunted various locations in the city. I actually did that on stilts, so I've been a professional stilt walker as well by extension. I've been a shepherd. I used to work as a shepherd in Scotland. So you're getting the deep Illiani lore. PS359 says one of their friends is a theatrical wig maker who has worked in Canada and the UK. That's cool. I've known a hat maker. I've not known a wig maker. Yeah, I know someone that used to make bowler hats, which is not something you'd expect to hear in year of our Lord 2026. Interesting that enemy name is only used as just set a value. It isn't. We're not using a getter at all. Is enemy name one of the ones we've already moved over? Maybe. Interesting. And no. How's the progress? We have started working on ATB contract, and we're just working our way through and finding. We're finding some weird stuff, honestly. Like we set but never actually seem to retrieve the name of the enemy. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. That is so bizarre. Are we just not accessing it somewhere? That doesn't seem right. Private? No, it's definitely there. Yeah, it seems like we're adding it. We're setting the value for enemy name, but then we're never actually retrieving it anywhere because we don't have get enemy name. Get enemy name. Oh, we do. Okay. So if we have get enemy name. Hello. It's enemy bot name. Okay. Enemy name. I've been looking for the wrong thing. So if we don't have set enemy name. We don't. Okay. Interesting. But it is definitely enemy name that we've brought over. I think Bully asks, is it actually used? I don't know. This is what I'm trying to decipher. Because we have to understand that, this is very old, crusty code. It is entirely possible it is just dead code. But I'm not entirely sure. It could well be that I'm just getting myself confuzzled. That has happened before and it will happen again. Yeah, here, so we're just setting it. Okay, I think it is used. I think what it is that we've never had a setter set for it. We've just been directly setting it from within the class. That appears to be what's happening here, and why. Yeah, that's what's happening. Okay, so the reason why it's just weird is it's because we've never actually had a setter for enemy name. We've just been getting it all the time. No, because we're completely bypassing it. This method here completely bypasses enemy name. But we're definitely using it in places. Are we though? I suspect. I suspect I have an idea what's going on here. Okay, I'm going to roll back some of these changes we just made, and then I'm going to go ahead and commit. Because I am starting to get a sneaky suspicion we have some naming conflicts. So I'm looking specifically for instances of enemy name specifically. Yeah, it says here that we use this method to update enemy name. However, if we come into this method, I go into get enemy name, we look that it's not actually setting enemy name, it's setting this other value, enemy bot name. Which if I go to ATB, what's the bet enemy bot name is a completely separate thing. So in that case, is enemy name being used anywhere? Or are we just setting it and then... So let's just do we want to exactly fetch. So this is the only mention of enemy name after we've taken get out. Let's go into abstract contract, and I'm looking for exact matches. Enemy name, no usage. So enemy name appears to be dead. At which point, just checking this more, yeah, it appears to be dead, and we instead use enemy bot name. Which will be this instead. This is what it looks like. PS359 says, holy shit. I'll say what PS359 says, and then we'll go to Youngster being amazing. So, first of all, PS359 says the code is deader than disco. It is. Like, this is one of the reasons why we really have to get rid of ATB. And I know people feel very strongly about ATB. It has to go before we can move forward. And I hope now you're seeing me actually work with this, you'll get an idea of what we're working against. But that out of the way, the Youngster 21 just gave 5 amazing gift subs. And this is fantastic. So everybody, Youngster is amazing. So it looks like Bleeding Rose Empire, Nightlight 90, Regal Pudding, Poshinger, and MekHQ 87. Enjoy your gift subs and say thank you to Youngster because they are amazing. Apparently they have a discount. Yeah, no, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All subs are going directly into funding getting me a new computer. so thank you. I've already bechowed my wife into into us looking into a new computer once we finished moving, and then any money I get from subs go towards paying that off. But no, thank you so much, youngster, and discount or no, I really appreciate you. Thank you. But all the thanks in the world, alas, will not complete this for me. So, yeah, it looks like enemy name has just been supplanted by enemy bot name at this point. So let's have a look over at A to B, because we can see enemy bot names getting used a lot. At some point, I'm guessing enemy name replaced enemy bot name. Other way around, sorry. Enemy bot names replaced enemy name, and it was just never removed. Pink Billy says enemy name looked like more some kind of side name going by independent. So independent would have been the default value. And then what should have then therefore happened is we should have replaced that default value with its new value. However, at some point the code was changed and enemy name was bypassed, and instead we were using enemy bot name. Deprecated but not removed. So yeah, and it could be before our deprecation process was enshrined, because nowadays we actually explicitly mark stuff as deprecated. So that's a possibility. But either way, it does look like dead code. You might say, oh, but Illiani, that was obvious. It's obviously dead code. True, but I had to be certain before I delete anything, because I'm trying, this is going to create bugs, but I am trying to make as few bugs as possible. So, with that in mind, looks like we're moving over difficulty next. Are we setting enemy bot name somewhere? We're just setting as enemy. Okay, yeah, so this can go away now. Okay, so let's commit, because we haven't committed for a while. I'm at this point, I'm just going to call it work in progress, because this is... I can very quickly figure out what each commit does. I know it's naughty, and I know I should be descriptive in my commits, but I'm so done with this project already, and it's only day 2. Okay, so difficulty looks like our next target, and difficulty is actually what is used to determine how many skulls you see when you're looking at the contract in the contract market. Which, if anybody wasn't aware, that actually only happens if you're using Force Generation 3. If you're using Force Generation 2.5, you don't get difficulty skulls, because everything is ostensibly 2.5 difficulty because of how 2.5 works. And I just realized Force Generation 2.5 always being 2.5 skulls is amusing. That wasn't intentional. That's quite funny. Oh, actually, that's something we did. Last night, I went ahead and did, because I was noticing that, because I like to periodically run the profiler just to see what's using up all the memory, what's taking the longest to process. So keep an eye, to keep an eye out for areas where we can improve performance. And I was like, oh, this is weird. This is an empty campaign, but new month times seem to be taking forever. And so I looked into it, and I found that the difficulty guesstimation system was very, very heavy. Like, moving on from one month to a next, 23 seconds on my computer at least, of the time moving from month A to month B was just generating the difficulty estimate for contracts. So I've gone in and optimized that. I don't know if the optimization will be in 51.0, but it just completely removed those 23 seconds. So those 23 seconds are just gone. We were able to get a really successful optimization pass. So if that does get merged, and I would like it to be, but if it is merged, that will save a bunch of time. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to be naughty. Okay, I am out of I'm out of water and my throat is very, very dry. So I'm going to step away very briefly just to go grab some water and I'll be right back. Psychanic, I'll answer your question when I get back. So Psychanic asks, did you all change it so that you can recruit on contract? So recruitment isn't necessarily blocked while on contract. It is blocked while on certain contracts. So if you're doing an offensive contract where you're attacking stuff, or you're in an active war zone, you shouldn't be able to recruit. But if you are on, say, a garrison contract, you still have access to the local recruitment officers. Okie dokie. Contract type. Here we go. This is an interesting one. So we're going to move contract type over. That should be fine. Oh, typically, I can literally hear my dog screaming. I will be right back, because I'm not going to bother going into the be right back screen because I just need to stand up and let them outside. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. It's like my dogs can sense when I've got up and then sat back down and again, and they're just like, you know what? Now I want to go outside. Okay, contract type. Let's privatize that. I've mentioned this numerous times now, but for anybody who's just joining me, the reason why we are privatizing everything is because I want to explicitly force all these classes to not use direct access anymore, because that allows us more power to override certain things. You might also be wondering why we're not really cleaning stuff up as we go. That's just because we want to try and make as few direct changes as possible to mean that we're introducing as few new bugs as possible. PS359 says direct access to what exactly? Okay, here, let me come back in here and show you. So I jump down to here. Contract type previously, pretend it still is defined at the contract level as a contract global variable. What we're doing here is we're just directly accessing that variable and doing a check on it. We might also be, we could also be directly assigning it. So for example, we could do something like this: contract type equals ATB contract type garrison duty. So here we are directly assigning the class variable to garrison duty. However, what we're now doing is we're forcing, by making, oh God, I did not want to push. What am I doing? My fingers are just betraying me. What we're doing now is we're forcing the classes that extend from abstract contract, which is going to be our root class. We're forcing them to use these getters and setters because ostensibly get contract type does the exact same thing as just calling contract type directly. However, if we ever want to have a getter that we override, so say for argument's sake, and this is just a pure example, say all contracts are garrison type contracts. So all contracts equal garrison. Obviously they don't, but for some obscene reason, we have decided that we want to change it so that all contracts are garrison types, but we don't want to edit any of the setters that set up the contract and everything else. We just want it so that whenever we ask, hey, is this contract a garrison type? It says, oh yeah, no, nah mate, I'm a garrison type, definitely. All we then need to do is something along these lines. So we do a public, so we're overriding the existing variable in the abstract, and we're doing public override get contract type, and we're going to return ATB contract type garrison. Now this is going to give me some errors. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. So what this now means is any time that we call get contract type, no matter what we're calling it on, here it's going to return this value. But specifically for contract, we're saying if you call get garrison type, sorry, contract type, it's going to return garrison every time. If we were doing direct access like we were previously, like we're still doing here, we would lose this function. The ability to do this is lost. And so to try and make it so that future developers who are having to maintain all this code need to do as least work as possible, we are getting rid of all direct access and forcing all access at the class level to go through these getters and setters. I know that's a very long-winded explanation, but I hope that made sense. There we go. Yeah, so PS3 Finance is kinda, it's right now we're dealing with architectural stuff. A lot of it isn't necessarily like, if you were here, I think you were here yesterday for our explanation about inheritance and the chain of inheritance that we're trying to break. This is that kind of thing, and it is very, hang on a second. Oh, that's fine. Okay. It's very, like, I don't want to say high level because it's not really high level. But it's just more involved than just doing basic stuff. And it can get a little bit complicated when it comes to trying to explain a thing, especially something like this where I am personally inherently know what is going on, what we are doing. Trying to explain to that, especially if it's to someone who might not necessarily understand programming, it's the whole thing. The entire population of Mars is back. Hello, how's it going? It is going. We are progressing. Did I mean to do that? I did not. Oh no, I did. It is going. This is the final stream of the 51.0, and we're just trying to get ATB contract moved over to abstract like we did all the other ones yesterday. And so far, knock on wood, it is going. It is going well. But for anybody who's just joining us and isn't aware, tonight is Friday, which means it is the end of the work week. Does that mean Illiani stops working? No, but it means I stop streaming. However, it also means that if you check the schedule, you'll see that there is a special stream every Friday evening, and that is Friday Fight Night. And that is the night where we fight for your right to resist the clans. And this week, we are going to be continuing our Scrotorious Bastards campaign, where we're playing a Rasselhagian house unit in the 5 years before the clan invasion. And we will be fighting the clans when they turn up. Just double checking I didn't muck that up. No, I didn't. Okay, that's good. The entire population of Mars says glory to Rasselhag. Exactly. Wait, no, not glory to the minion. No, we're true Rasselhag patriots here. None of that clan ghost panda, whatever they're called. The entire population of Mars says they're going to have a rough time getting everybody to update Java. We should. we should still have a guide on how to update Java available on the official MegaMek Discord, which you can find the link to in the place where links live. That should still be mostly accurate. Obviously, the version will change, but the instructions should be the same. One of the entire population of Mars is players really computer averse. Yeah, no, we will be trying our best to guide people through the Java update process. In fact, we are trying, and this is a big emphasis, trying to get MekHQ and MegaMek, I should say, onto Java 25 as quickly as possible. Because if we can get onto 25, that will be that has the longest long-term service lifetime, and that would mean that players would be able to go the longest period without needing to upgrade. We have already hit a significant bug with a Java bug with using Java 25. So like this is something we want to move to try and make it easier on our players, so that you only have to update Java every few years rather than every couple years. But so the entire population of Mars says, is 25 safe currently? I know it's theoretically usable. Should I ask everyone to upgrade to 25 now so they don't have to do later? 25 is very risky, especially if you've got computer averse people in your team. I would suggest not moving to 25. We've already had one critical bug in 25 that was caused by Java 25. So, and when I say critical, I mean the campaign itself bricked, like permanently bricked. So I definitely cannot recommend that you move to Java 25 yet. Stay on 21 until we say otherwise, because we've got a handful of people testing it, but Java 25 is largely untested waters, and given there are a lot of changes in Java 25, I just can't recommend it. I think having your team move over to 25 would be a mistake. Oh, hi Hammer. Thank you for joining. As you can see, Hammer, we are still toiling away in the architecture of contracts. We are currently working on, Hammer asks us what we're working on. We're currently working on, sorry, give me a second, you just stretch by everything. We are currently moving the old ATB contract stuff over into a newer architecture to, basically we're continuing what we were working on yesterday, but now we're working on ATB contracts. So we've already moved mission and contract to the new architecture. We're now doing the same for ATB contract. And then the next stage comes. But right now, this is all like test work. Not talk about. You guys are confusing me when we talk about tests. This is all prep work for the massive contract rewrite. I think calling it an overhaul is under selling it. It is a complete rewrite, and this is part of the prep work. I noticed that enemy. That was good. Where's the guy? Get enemy quality. There we go. Okay, there's enemy quality done. Yay! One more to the pile. Oh, we've got a new streaming bot. This one got caught, but so I'm not going to post it. But yeah, no, we had a new bot try and spam AI viewers. Psychatic, thank you so much for the gift sub. Obvious03, enjoy your gift sub. Thank you, Psychatic. A new bot. We had a new AI streaming advert, but this one got caught, so you guys don't get to see it. It's my secret bot advert. My eyes only. But yeah, no, every now and then I get little bot posts saying, hey, would you like to pretend that you're popular by having a whole bunch of AI bots watch your shit? And my answer to that is no. If I wanted to be popular, I wouldn't be a developer of MekHQ. I'd go make Roblox games or something. Hey, maybe that can be my retirement fund. Like if I get bored of MekHQ, I can go make Roblox games. Maybe actually no, that's what I could do. Like I could go the easy route. I could become a Roblox streamer. I'm popular in the right circle. I personally think so. You might hear Bandit screaming in the background. He's upset because I haven't opened his window yet. Because as with yesterday, it's still too warm. Be careful, PS359. I know you're joking, but be careful because the auto moderator might pick up and you'll get timed out. So be careful. Don't post that in joking, just in case auto mod decides to get angry. Yeah, I mentioned yesterday how one of the words that Bandit can say is now, and I can hear him in the bathroom, because the bathroom's where his window is. And I can hear him in the bathroom, sitting on the windowsill, shouting now, 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 because he wants the window open now. We were thinking a while back of getting those little buttons that cats can press to make them speak, and we were thinking about that until we realized that one of our cats is very grumpy, so all we would hear is the I'm mad button getting pressed constantly. We just hear mad, mad, mad. But you know, PS359 saying now, 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 that is exactly what he sounds like. And it is such a cat vocabulary. Knowing the words yes, or affirmative, no, now, and ham. Like, those are the 4 words he can say. And it is such a cat vocabulary. And his favorite words, like, that he says the most is just now. But he gets insane if we say the H word. I have to be careful, because he's going to come in here and start yelling at me because he'll want the H word. So that looks like we have that set up. What do we even just do? Ally bot name, okay. But I think... Yeah, okay, that's good. I want to avoid direct access, so we're going to go get enemy bot name here as well. For the same reason as previously, we want to make sure that we're not using direct access because it makes it harder for us to override. Oh, we're on to enemy bot name now. The toil is never ending, but here's the thing. It's a quote from a video game, and shout if you know the video game, because it'd be fun to know if anybody actually knows this. But there is a little saying that I've internalized over the years, and that is that slow progress is still progress. Path Strider saying H word now is exactly what he will say. If we have roasted H word and he smells it, he will just run over just yelling now as loud as he can. One of our friends was over one time, one of my wife's friends, and we're eating ham. Oh shit, I said the word. He's probably fine. Anyway, we were eating H word, and he actively jumped up on our mutual friend and tried stealing the H word out of their mouth as they were eating. Like, he was reaching his whole face into their mouth to try and get the H word. He is such a little goblin. Like, whenever I have cheese. But funnily enough, the entire population of Mars just said, I remember my childhood cat loved cheese arches. So whenever I have cheese, I like grilled cheese sandwiches. I have those a lot, honestly. Probably more than I should, but they're nice and easy to make. And I definitely have the autism where I struggle with good eating habits. And so having easy food just makes it more likely that I will actually have food. But whenever I have my toasted cheese sandwiches, I have to I have to basically break off a piece and put it on my desk so that Bandit can steal it. Because if I don't make him think he's managing to steal my food, he will just straight up steal it instead. So I have to trick the boy. We refer to him as the boy. We have to trick the boy into thinking he's getting to win. He's stealing my sandwich, when really all he's doing is getting little tiny bits of cheese. And that was my mistake yesterday when I had a grilled sandwich before stream yesterday, is I forgot to trick him into thinking he had successfully stolen some of it. So he was constantly just trying to actively steal it. He definitely, his name's Bandit, and he absolutely lives up to that name. Now, bear with me just a second, because I just got some good news. Give me just a second, I just need to reply to something. So I mentioned a few days ago that I had a family member in the hospital, and I'm happy to say that they are letting the family member come home today, which is very good news. What am I doing? I'm toiling. Well, we're on to ally camouflage now. Little by little, every variable we add, we are progressing. I am noticing that this is being used directly, so we want to change that. Now, one of the things I will do off stream as well is I'll be going through every method in the abstract and making sure we're not doing any direct access. But if I notice any of them here, I might as well. Fix them as we go. But this is something I'll do off stream because it's not going to be particularly interesting, but it is something I have to pay attention for. And I don't think anybody wants to particularly watch me go through an entire class line by line, occasionally changing variable names. I know I wouldn't want to watch that. The entire population of Mars says they hope to get a cat again. Oh, well, first of all, I'm sorry to hear about the loss of your cat. Our furry friends are very precious to us. But yeah, no, having cats is great. When we move, we're one of our family friends is going to be renting with us, and we're going to have 3 cats between us, and it's going to be interesting. Especially as Donut, my friend's cat, is he is Polite Baby, and he is about to meet Grumpy Asshole and Bandit. So yeah. It's going to be interesting. Hammer says Free Cat's rookie. And the entire population of Mars says the tricky part is figuring out how to work with the dog. Yeah, no, no, absolutely. Oh, we missed one. Rather than making a new commit, we're just going to amend the last one. Shazam. See, I have 2 errors. What are the errors for? You're gonna tell me, IntelliJ? You're gonna tell me what the errors are? Maybe? No? Okay. I'm wondering if that's possibly out of date. It hasn't synced. I guess, yeah. If not, we'll find it out at the end. Because next up, Allied. I sometimes when I'm working like this, all I can think of is one of the lines in The Expanse TV show, and probably the book as well. I haven't had the pleasure of reading the book yet, but it's the line, "You can't stop the work," and that definitely feels like it applies to MekHQ sometimes. There is always more work, and you can't stop the work. But I don't even know if I actually told you the game quotes that I was talking about earlier. So in case I didn't, because my brain is very much scattery right now, the quote in particular is that slow progress is still progress. And I think that's a really important thing to remember. Not everything has to be done at breakneck speed. And this is as true for projects as it is for personal stuff. You don't need to be your best self every time. You don't. You don't need to become your best self in a week. Slow progress is still progress. And it's important not to push yourself too hard. The other saying, of course, is that don't let perfection be the enemy of good. And apply that to your own lives as well. Don't try to be perfect and break your back doing so when you can just be good. If you're improving yourself, whenever you have the opportunity, as much as you have the ability to do so at that time, because not everybody is at their best all the time, and that's okay too. Slow progress is still progress. Ooh, I have just noticed Hammer has dropped some news, so bear with me. The entire population of Mars says, is there confidence in 51.0 potentially becoming a milestone? I'm gonna knock on wood here and say, I personally, and again, look at the top of the stream, this is not the opinion of the MegaMek team, this is my own personal opinion. I personally think that 51.0 is a milestone candidate. Assuming nothing has snuck in the past couple of days, I think there's a reasonable chance that it will become a milestone. However, due to how milestones work, we will not know that for certain until a couple of weeks after it launches. Hammer says the blog is up, so if you want some reading time between now and later. So remember, we'll be taking a break for dinner time before we start the Scotorious Bastards. So if you need a bit of light reading, head over to the MegaMek website. You'll see it on your screen now. And you'll notice there's some news. Ooh. New blog post. Ooh. Exciting. Have a read of it. Obviously, don't run away now and leave me alone. I'll get sad. But during our break, when I'm eating prior to the Scotorious Bastards, definitely hop onto our website, have a read. I know I've already read this myself because I helped prep it a little bit. But yeah, definitely come along and have a read of this and internalize it, because there's a lot of really, really important stuff in here. So definitely have a read of this, and it is relevant to the new release as well. So this is not the release blog. You can think of it as a prelude. This information, though, is just as important as what's in the release, and it talks about moving to Java 21 as well. It also includes the instructions, highlighting it here on my screen. Ooh, instructions. So definitely have a read of it. Obviously, don't all run off right now because I'll be lonely and sad. But when we break for dinner, definitely have a read of this. But as I say, you can't stop the work. Give me 2 seconds. We're just talking about the family member coming home from hospital, so bear with me, please. Okay, again, sorry about that. I know it is a cardinal sin to stop talking on Twitch, and I do apologize. It's just that, as I say, I have a family member that is just being discharged from hospital stay, and that's literally happening as I'm speaking now. So, I won't go into the details. Thankfully, it wasn't anything life-threatening, but it was something serious, and so. Yeah, I just need to be able to resolve that. Okay, where were we? We were in ATB contract, unfortunate. But if we have a look at the list of variables, you see the list is still pretty long, but it's nowhere nearly as long as it was when we first started. Which is nice. It's progress. We're making progress. I'm not entirely sure what enemy color even does. I know it does something though. I know it's not dead code. I've never actually bothered to look into what it actually does. Because I've always used camouflage, especially since we added the ability for Op4s to have a random camouflage, rather than how it used to be where all Op4s would have just a blank color. That was lame. I'm glad we changed that. So I think extension length, if I remember correctly, that's relating to if you get a contract extension. So what I've just done here is gross code, like having to set it and get a setter. This is bad code. But again, this comes back to what we were talking about before, in that we're trying to move stuff over and make as few like functionality changes as possible. So even if something isn't quite like what we want it to be, that is okay, because we're gonna address that later. So the intention here is so that we can place ATB contract, and potentially mission will all become deprecated and exist just for migrating older campaigns. And then whatever replacement we do, that will then be used to be the normal moving forwards. Because what we can't do is just say overnight, bam, ATB is gone forever. ATB is probably one of our most used classes in the game. I mean, I can just give you a hint by clicking on here, and we are getting over 100 uses. So, like, ATB is a core class. So we need to move it over slowly. We can't just slam something new in place overnight. That's gonna be an int. Get extension length. Oh, bloody hell. I can hear one of my dogs just shambled off of the couch, so she may want to go outside. Let's finish up what we're doing. There we go. Potentially she might have just moved couch, but I can check in a second. Okay, bear with me a second to go let my next set of dogs out, because I made the mistake of not forcing my couch potatoes outside when I let the other ones outside, so I now need to go and do that. I will be back in just a moment. And I'm back. Sorry for accidentally turning the music off very briefly there. I have a button on my headset which is meant to pause music, which unfortunately means that it pauses it for you guys as well. Whoops. And unfortunately, it's a very big button on the side of the headset, so I'm constantly clicking it when I'm putting the headset on. But yeah, so far, knockety on wood, this is going better than I was fearing. Now, we still have a lot of the business logic that will need to be moved over. That's going to be a little bit more interesting. I think that the hardest problem we're going to face with this stage of the project is after we've moved all the variables over, it's going to be determining what lives in abstract contract and what gets moved to mission contracts or ATB contract. That is what I think we're going to have the biggest challenge, because that's going to be very much a case of we can't just go, okay, here's the rule and we're going to follow the rule. It's going to come down to needing to assess every method, every variable, for not just how it's being used right this second, but how it might be used in the future. Feisman, welcome Feisman, I'm glad you could join us. Says that they hope, so they're glad that my relative is well enough to go home. Yeah, I am too. I'm really, really glad. I don't think it's particularly, I don't think it's a problem for me to say it's my wife's dad. And I really care about my wife's parents. And so I'm just really glad he's doing okay. Keep having to check what we even moved across. Required combat teams, okay. What's going to be crazy is when we finish this stage and it comes time to push it to the code base, there are going to be so many commits. I can hear my dogs in the background. They're yelling at the turkey. The turkey likes coming up to the fence of the dog yard and just gobbling at the dogs. Not as bad as the bunnies. We have some incredibly brave bunnies in our yard, and what they will do is they will just come up to the fence, like, I mean, within a couple of feet of the fence, and just stare at the dogs while the dogs are losing their fucking minds. My dogs are convinced that bunny rabbits are an affront to God. Like, the thing is, I don't even know what my dogs would do. Well, actually, I was about to say I don't know what my dogs would do if they ever caught one of the bunnies. I know what one of my dogs would do. One of my dogs is a fucking murderer. Sonia, one of our dogs, would absolutely destroy bunny rabbits. But my other dogs, I'm not entirely sure they would know what the hell they would do if they ever caught a bunny. But, yeah, the bunnies just go right up to the fence and just go nee and taunt the dogs, and the dogs go mental. And the problem is, it's the dogs going mental for the existence of bunny rabbits is the same, like, going mental noises they make when one of them escaped the dog yard. And so it's not a case I can just ignore it and just go back to what I'm doing. I have to every time go and investigate. CM Peterson says they know exactly what their dogs will do to bunnies. Yeah, no, Tiger will never catch a bunny. Tiger can barely walk because of how broken her hip is after her original owner was an asshole. So Tiger will never catch a bunny. Bear, Mr. Bear, I love Mr. Bear. He's such a gentle soul. Mr. Bear will just desperately wants to be friends with the bunnies. If Mr. Bear had a chance to like just get up to bunnies, he'd be so happy. He just wants to say hi. He just loves them. He wants to go play with them. The same as he just wants to be friends with all the birds. Conan, we often say that Conan is just happy to be here. I don't think Conan would particularly do anything. Sonia would slaughter them. If an animal exists and Sonia can get hold of it, she will obliterate it. She is just a demon. Like all the my other three dogs are completely useless. Sonia has that spark of brutality. She will obliterate small animals, and it is not fun. Okay, right, that's fine. We'll deal with that later. Keep saying restore errors, but it doesn't look like we actually do. I think it's just getting stuck. Can I tell it to reassess? That's fine. It's not super important. Radar says this just in. Some people are assholes and don't deserve the love pets can show. Yeah, no. I won't bring the mood down and list the litany of things that Tiger's original owner did, because it's like I say, I don't want to bring the mood down, but yeah, no. Poor Tiger. She loves life, and she definitely doesn't let it get her down, but she definitely has troubles, and I've kind of had to accept that Tiger is here for a good time. Tiger is not here for a long time. Eventually her hip and her jaw and everything are going to be like, she has trouble standing up, and sometimes I have to go and actually just help her stand up. Riddle me this. Riddle me that. What on earth is the difference between set route end and set route end date? I postulate that there is none, and so we will fix it. But yeah, I would say I sometimes have to help her stand up. She also fakes it. I have a dog that fakes a disability. Because Tiger gets very, very jealous. Tiger is a jealous little monkey. And route end date. And if she sees me on the couch next to somebody else, she's like, no, I want to be on the couch next to my mum, not whoever the hell you are. And so she'll accidentally lie on the ground and then just struggle so hard to get up, because then I have to get up to help her, which means that I'm not sitting next to whoever I was sitting next to. So yeah, I have a dog that fakes a disability because she's a jealous little monster. Another thing she does is if I'm sitting next to someone and like faking her disability doesn't work, she'll pretend she wants to go outside. So she'll run to the door and start pacing and be like, hey, I need to go pee. What she actually wants is just for me to stand up and go over to the door so that she can see that I'm not next to whoever I was before. Tiger is not smart, but Tiger is that sort of low-level cunning. Tiger is convinced she's smart. She is incredibly dumb, but in a really endearing way. Another thing Tiger does, because I fucking love Tiger, is she gets what we refer to as revenge water. And what that means is if you do something that upsets her, what she will go and do is she'll go and get some drink out of her water bowl. And Tiger knows that people don't like it when she gets her face all wet and then comes over and just dribbles water on people. So that's what she does. She if you annoy her, she'll go get revenge water and then just pour water in your lap. My dog is such a horrible little gremlin. PS359 says clearly had it coming. Yeah. it is really quite funny how much of an absolute little goblin that Tiger is. Okay, that's all fine. We are getting there. We are about halfway through this morning's stream. So here is your reminder that if you are enjoying the stream, if you haven't already, definitely consider following so you can get notified when we go live. We go live 5 times a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. It is, give me a second. We do live dev streams. And then Friday evening, which is going to be an hour-ish after this stream ends, 2 hours in fact, we will be we will be continuing our ongoing MekHQ campaign, The Adventures of the Scritorious Bastards. So if you want to see just how bad a developer plays MekHQ, there's your opportunity. And again, I've mentioned this before, so that what I'm doing here is not good code. The intention isn't necessarily to make good code, it's to safely migrate the code. So we're trying to make as few functional changes as we can to reduce the chances that we're going to introduce a new bug into the mix. Now, we are not going to be successful. There are going to be bugs. The size of the refactor that we're having to do here, it's not possible to do it cleanly in a way that just does not just result in... basically, I'm trying to say it's not going to be possible for us to move everything over a refactor of this magnitude without introducing 1 or 2 bugs. But the goal is to try and reduce as few new bugs as possible. Now, if I were a professional developer, what I would be required to do at this stage is write tests, and what we would do is we'd test how is everything currently working, and then write more tests to confirm once we migrate everything that it still works. I am not doing that because that is incredibly tedious, and with how involved in the codebase ATP contract is, I would probably be held up just doing that migration for the entire dev cycle. And for something that I do in my free time voluntarily, I simply cannot bring myself to do that. And even then, we would still end up with bugs. So we're going with not necessarily what's easy, but what is an effective use of my time. Weissman says you are the testers. Yeah. So what will be happening with this is when we're at a stage where it's ready to be tested, we are not... Oh shit, I didn't mean to close that. I'll get that back in a second. We are not just going to push it into the nightlies like we would with most other changes. We are actually going to be setting up a test program where we ask players to download a special version of the nightlies that has all these changes in, and then have a dedicated test. Hi, Bandit. A dedicated test program. Yes, hello, little buddy. Yes, hello. I don't know if you guys can hear him in the background. He's very vocal today. What do you want, buddy? What do you want? Can you guys hear him? Can you hear little Bandit screaming? He's saying now. I at this point, I don't think he knows what he wants. I think he just knows that he wants. We're going to send shared percent back over because I want to rename it. Yeah, I think he's got that cat thing where he doesn't know what he wants. He just knows he wants. Hey, buddy, the people say hi. They do. Oh, are you coming over here to say hi? Hi, buddy. Hi. Hi, buddy. You want uppies? Hi. Yeah, you put him in my lap in the hope that he'll calm down. He won't, but it's a hope. That's the microphone, little buddy. You can't eat the microphone. At least I would prefer you didn't. Oh, no, he said he doesn't want lap time. He just wants to go around the house screaming. Such is the life of a cat. Truly, I deprive him of everything. His every need is not met, and therefore he is suffering. You wouldn't believe it, but I do in fact have another cat. However, she has a broken squeaker. She can't meow properly. She kind of just rasps. And also, she's very much one of those cats that just likes her own space. She used to hang out in my office, stealing the dog bed, but she stopped doing that because I won't shut up, and she wants her peace and quiet. It's very inconsiderate of me, honestly. Okay, so we've got an override here. Have we already got shares percent? We do. Interesting. But that's not using the actual shares percent. So, do we have shares already logged? We don't. Okay. So here's an example of what I'm talking about. So here we have the get shares percent, which is always returning 30. However, under ATP contract, we are overwriting it so that it returns the value of shares percentage. So at that point, we now need to go to shares percent in this, and this has to be protected. And this should allow ATP contract to access it. It does, there we go. However, set shares can go over here because that's not being overwritten. There we go. Because the share percentage value lives in abstract. However, it doesn't do anything by default. It just returns 30. And then ATP contract actually has it do something. Just having a sippy sip of my water. So we're still getting errors. Set shares percentage. Ah, that'd be why. Yeah. I was thinking, do I want to call it shares percent, but we'll call it share percentage. Okay, it's saying that it can't find set shares percentage. I assure you, tis it there. Ah, because it's shares percentage. Okay, so now we need to do a find replace. There we go. Okay, and it looks like we've got a getter here that needs to be updated. There we go. Okay, looks like we're on to BattleTech accepted, and this is the boolean that basically tells MekHQ whether you've accepted the BattleTech. Technically, it also stores if you have broken the terms of the BattleTech. Okay, it's analyzing the code, so while it's taking a moment to analyze code, we are just going to go ahead and drink some water. And I'm going to check my phone, make sure everybody's doing okay. Okay. A lot of setting of BattleTech accepted. Now, this particular song just sounds like an 80 porno theme. Like it sounds like it's been like the composer is familiar with 70s pornos and just wanted an 80s vibe. I just paused there for a second while I was a little distracted by music, but also trying to verify. Oh, it is BattleTech is accepted. There we go. There we are. PS359 says, wait, what? MekHQ has porn stars? I believe they are hollow film stars. What kind of hollow film they star in, that is for you to decide. We also have adult entertainers. Psychotic is correct. We also have professionals. Though, as much as I joke that professionals are the oldest profession in the business, the fact is that the quote-unquote professional civilian role just means it's any kind of profession that isn't covered by the others. It's kind of like a miscellaneous role. Hammer says, let's hear it for bug mech porn. I'm just, my brain's spinning. But Commandant, your laser won't fit there. Don't worry, it's a small. Sir, you can enjoy that mental image. Just checking over that we're doing everything as we should. Looks good. What do we even move across? Bachao accepted. I have no idea if Bandit is being picked up on the microphone, but he is just zooming around my office screaming right now. So these are a dead code. So we're going to move them across anyway, but they are effectively a dead code. Basically, what this used to do was track how many breaches, contract breaches you did, but we never actually did anything with that information. So we would track, oh yeah, you got this contract, this many contract breaches, stop being a naughty boy, naughty girl, naughty whatever. But we never actually did anything with that data. Here's the thing, I'm not seeing any setters yet, so I'm wondering if it's potentially that we are just direct accessing everywhere. Got add. Yeah, we're just direct accessing. Okay. So, want a getter. There we go. We're going to go ahead and rename some of this stuff. It looks like it's being used a grand total of once. We're just going to make it all consistent, so it's all using the same kind of... nomenclature? Whatever, it's just being named the right way. It'll be good once we are in a position to start filtering some of this stuff back out of abstract contracts. Abstract contracts is getting quite large, but that's to be expected. DS359 says, I remember a PvP MegaMek match where my opponent named all his pilots after porn stars. The beauty was you couldn't call him out on it without admitting that you yourself probably watched porn. But hey, I knew Peter North because I'm a Canadian. He's a famous Canadian porn star. Weissman says that Fluffy, who, by the way, you guys should be watching. I believe Fluffy streams 8 p.m. EST on Thursday. Very, very fun. And don't forget, Saturdays is Joker streams. Also very fun. Definitely go check those out. Those people are a lot more entertaining than me. Speaking of more entertaining than me, we have Heckin' Doc, fantastic streamer, and does a lot of MekHQ tutorial videos. In fact, he should have one out now for the new planetary editor that's coming in 51.0. Oh, Feisman adds something that yes, neither Fluffy nor Joker's streams are safe for work. Docs are usually pretty mild, and I try to keep mine safe for work because I know there might be children listening. By the way, if you're a child, don't tune into the Scrotorious Bastards. The Scrotorious Bastards are not family friendly. I actually got told off. Like I say I got told off. It wasn't in a particularly major way, but we had a couple of fun sexually themed. What am I doing? Random company name generator names that I had to quietly remove because it turned out that MekBay was also using them, and then just basically just moved them over for MekHQ, which is fine. That's like how it works. No complaints there. But children, it turns out, are using MekBay. and I don't think some of those random company name generator names were not something that you wanted to have to explain to a child. So I got informed that, hey, I probably should change those ones. But this is like one of the cool things of the time that we live in for BattleTech, like where we are seeing second and third generation players getting to enjoy this amazing hobby that we spend so much of our time, this universe we spend so much of our time living in. And I think I've been a BattleTech player, well, maybe not player, but fan for a very long time. And I really don't know that we have had it better than we do now. Interesting. So it doesn't seem like we had we're not doing anything with employer minor breaches. I'm going to add it here because I do think it could be something that we could do something with later. So I'm not going to just delete it like I did the other one. But it is interesting that we're not really doing anything with this information. There we go. This is kind of like what ATB was about. ATB's whole deal was that you would originally have a spreadsheet, and you'd be tracking everything mostly manually. Modern MekHQ, of course, we do it all for you. But you have stuff still in the game that goes back to that age in when you were expected to just manually do everything. And I know for a fact that we've got some people in stream who most likely remember those days. I know certainly Hammer, if Hammer's still floating around. I do think that I don't want to say something was lost when we moved away from that, so much as it has a very different, modern MekHQ is a very, very different vibe to I guess old MekHQ, I could call it. And I do think there is a certain degree of like some of the stuff that you can do when you're just doing it all on paper. But I do think MekHQ is, and this is going to sound crazy, I'm saying it loud, I do think MekHQ is more accessible nowadays. And saying that MekHQ is accessible with how inaccessible it is should give you guys, if you're a newer fan, some idea of just how inaccessible it used to be. Like all the things we got today, the extra fluff, the tutorial messages, the glossary, that's actually all really, really recent stuff. I don't know how long you all have been playing. I know we've got some people who've been playing for a while. Radar saying that they were played in MekHQ back in the 49 series. And here's the thing, 49 was only 2 years ago. 49 was not that long ago. The past couple of years, MekHQ in particular has come a really long way. And while yes, I guess I'm probably responsible for some of that, it has been a team effort. Like the whole team has been pushing the programs above and beyond how they previously worked. Let's actually undo what we're doing here. We're just going to go ahead and reset. Yes. And we're going to go ahead and rename this to morale modifier. Because again, we're just trying to clean up some of the variable names because we're going to have to do that later. But if we can do most of it now, and it's a 5-second thing to do, it just makes my life easier if I'm thinking about it. I just happened to glance at chat and just see you all talking about 1 stars. Okay, that all looks good. However, we don't have any get or set morale, which is interesting. So we're going to have to add those in. Public void int get morale modifier and morale modifier. There we are. And we also want a sexy little setter. public void set morale modifier. There we go. This. There we are. And that should allow us to, there we go, perfect. So Psychatic asks how advanced scouting works. So advanced scouting is very complex. There is a glossary entry that explains it all. So I recommend just having a read of the glossary. The glossary will explain everything for you. But yeah, maybe this is a topic that's best not in a public chat. Let's see here what's next on the agenda. I think after we've done routed payout, we're just going to take a short break. I'll still be here. What's the glossary entry called? It's probably called advanced scouting. It might be called just scouting, but it's probably called advanced scouting. But yeah, after we've done this one, we're just going to take a short break because I can feel my brain turning to mush. And this is something that I really can't afford to be progressing with mushy brain. There's nothing called advanced scouting. Interesting. There should be a... There's definitely a glossary. Actually, rather than booting up MekHQ, I can just find it myself. Give me 2 seconds. Entry... Advanced scouting. It is called... Yes, it's literally called advanced scouting. Remember, the glossary is ordered in alphabetical order. Yes, Free Pipeline says, I do wonder what it is exactly in the Laura Recon Raid is a pretty typical mission. I'm not entirely sure what that's in reference to. Advanced Scouting is just a system that basically dictates the rules for scouting. Okay, so we are going... I'm just going to take my headphones off for a couple of seconds, and we are just going to chill for a moment while I collect my breath, collect my mind. So we've got about an hour and a half in stream left. And if I head over to ATB contract and scoot to the top, you can see that we have very little left in this first stage. So we just have these 10 or so variables to smooth over. But before I do that, I can feel my eyes just going blurry, and I'm just... Yeah, I just need to take a short mental break, because once we finish doing the modifiers, the variables over, as you saw yesterday, the next stage is to move the rest of the methods over. Because the goal here is to move everything over so that most stuff is living in an abstract contract, and we can then move it back out again as necessary. So essentially, abstract contract is going to be ATB contract, essentially. Okay, people are talking about the mission. So campaign operations does not include descriptions of what the different contract types actually mean, which is great. Like very, very, very helpful. Campaign operations, I assume it was cut for space. All that information lives inside Field Manual Mercenaries Revised. Poshing R says 51.1. So yes, what we're working on now is work that will be done. It will be featured in 51.01. Due to our version numbering, 51.1 will be 51.10. So this is being prepped for 51.01. Not that it makes much of a difference. But yeah, so this is what we're doing here is not work that will be included in the release coming this weekend. There's been 5,100 updates. That's not quite what it means. I hope you're all having a good day. I've mentioned this a couple times, but I had a family member in hospital and they're coming home today, so I'm looking forward to that. We will definitely have ATB contract done today. And then the next stage will be going through everything in abstract contract and seeing what needs to be moved out, which is going to be a good chunk of it. I probably won't do that on stream just because that's going to require a lot of me sitting and just interrogating the methods, the variables, the everything just needs to be interrogated line by line. And not only is that something I have to concentrate on, but it's also not particularly interesting for you guys because I'm not exaggerating. I will have to go through the entire class line by line. So it's gonna be a thing. But yeah, Psychatic's correct. The 51.01, or in this case 51.0, means that there's been 51 major releases. Each release can have any number of minor releases. For example, 49.19 is Series 49, Major Release 49, and it is the 19th release within, well, technically the 20th release inside the 49 series. I think we actually include some versioning information in the MekHQ glossary that tells you about the versions. I could be wrong there. I'm not wholly sure. I feel like I wrote something, but I can't quite remember. Okay, so let me step away from the computer very, very quickly. I just want to fill up my water. I'll be right back. And I am back. Okay, headset is back on. I've got free fresh water. Let's have some drinky drink. Fantastic. Glasses. We need those to see. Let's move on to prior logistics failures. Interesting if you don't have a setter. Yeah, I'm really excited for you guys to get your hands on the next version, 51.0. It's the version that I've been playing on stream. It's the version that Hecking Doc has been playing on stream. And I really don't want to jinx it. But I do think we've got something really special for you guys this release. This release has the most bug fixes that I have seen in a very, very long time, potentially ever. There are over 300 pull requests across the 3 programs, potentially as close to 400. And the vast majority of those are quality of life improvements or bug fixes. Pretty much all I've personally been doing since I came back to the project has been quality of life improvement and bug fixes. So this one's going to be a good one, I think. Obviously, time will tell, and frustratingly, well, we just don't know. But right now, it feels good. So yeah, like Radar's mentioned, MegaMek. Yeah, no, you have to bear with me. This is the end of the dev cycle. We are all incredibly tired. I mentioned this earlier in stream, but I personally was up working 1 a.m. this morning, and then I have to get up at 8 o'clock to start sorting the animals out on the farm. So yeah, if I sound a little bit more crackly or a little bit more like uncertain, it's just because I'm so tired. The final couple of days of any dev cycle are always incredibly hard on everybody, because nobody wants to be the reason the release breaks, and everybody at the same time is desperately trying to get more fixes in, more last minute fixes, more last minute improvements. And it's just a very, very fragile and stressful time. Okay, so here's something that we will definitely be getting rid of later. Special event scenarios, they no longer exist. But that's not what we're doing right now. We are just moving stuff over. We can leave special event scenario stuff, and we can remove it later. Actually, no. Let's see. No, looking at that, we need to stay the course. We will do special event scenario removal later. Radar's commenting about Frankenmechs. Yeah, that's right. We Drake, the absolute mad lad behind MechBay, is bringing us fully functioning Frankenmechs. Now, I don't believe there's anything special set up inside MekHQ. So if you want Frankenmechs, you're probably going to have to design them in MegaMek Lab and then port them over, because I didn't see any major changes going into MekHQ. But they do work. You can make them. You can play them in MegaMek. And one day we'll probably include some special stuff in MekHQ so that you can jam 2 broken mechs together in MekHQ. But right now our rearm and repair code is really, really old. And so it's not really something that we can commit to right a second. Radar says that they're easy to play with, and Drake did an amazing job. Drake always does an amazing job. Interesting. We have to, I thought for a second we had duplicated data there, but no, I'm just missed a line. I can tell you what I'm going to be doing this weekend. I will be having a very late morning tomorrow. I'll just be lazing in bed, mentally preparing for the fun that will be the release. I don't know if it's tomorrow or if it's Saturday, Sunday, but I will be there. You'll see me on the Discord, desperately trying to help people upgrade their Javas. And if you do run into trouble updating, don't hesitate. Come onto the Discord, ask, and we will do our best to get you through, because we understand that the Java updates, they can be a bit of a pain in the ass, especially if you're on Windows. Linux, I believe, but definitely Mac has a very easy time of it. Windows is the one that always causes problems. Windows just is not kind when it comes to Java updates. So if you do run into problems, just head over to our Discord. We will help you through it. If you want to get a head start, MekHQ, the current version that's out, does work on Java 21. So if you want to get a head start, you can install Java 21 at any time, and then you'll be 51 ready. There we go, that's another one down. Okay, why don't you exist? Oh no, it's just taking a moment. Okay, cool, so that's that done. Another one bites the dust. Looks like this is next. We are getting there. Little by little, step by step. This is drawing to a close. And then we can move on to the next stage, which is to move any remaining methods over. And there may be a question as to why we're moving everything over rather than only moving the stuff that we want to keep in abstract over. The reason I'm doing it this way, and there isn't really a bad way here. This is just how I'm doing it here. But the reason why we're doing it this way is it means that I can just see everything in one place. Whereas if it's spread across 3 different classes, it's going to be pretty difficult for me to measure everything against each other. By having everything in the one class, it's a lot more accessible to my tiny lizard brain. And you have to remember, I am not smart. So I need to make everything as easy as possible for me. Okay, so next up. Okay, so that's being stored as an integer. Let's do this way. Now, I do want to verify something because I need to verify that we're not passing a null value into here. It doesn't look like it. Okay, good. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. If we were passing in a null value, we can't use a primitive. Integer is a type of primitive. We can't use that because primitives cannot be null. So I just need to verify that, because if we were passing into a null, it would have just immediately broke. Hey, one more down. And how big is this class now? Let's have a look. This class was something like multiple thousands. It is now down to 1,600. So we're making progress. Slow progress, but still, as I say, progress. Some of these, like the special event scenario stuff and BattleTech mod, these are all ancient ATB things that will not be existing when we're done. We're moving them over now, so we don't have to worry about functionality changes just yet. Our goal here is to move stuff over and then for the game to still work. So that's our challenge here, is to move as much over and then still have it work. But so far, of course, hearty knock on wood, so far, what we've been doing has been working okay. So we're just going to rename this. So as I say, we've got maybe like an hour and a half, give or take. I will be jumping off at 4 o'clock my time fairly sharp, just because I want to make sure that I'm available for when my relative gets home from the hospital. Oh, no. We don't want to do that. You might have noticed I also didn't change mod into the long form modifier. That's because I know that's all getting deleted. So I just can't be asked. Wait for the errors to come through. Come on. Let's just look down the bottom. You can see it's analyzing the code. Because we're dealing with some of the largest classes in the code base, we just need to let it take its time. Now, will anybody ever override some of these methods? Probably not. But that is not my place to guess. Like, it is far better that we future-proof now and then know that we are future-proofed and we're making the life of the next developer a little bit easier. I hope you all have something tasty planned for dinner tonight. I also hope that you have an adult beverage ready for when we delve into the Scrotorius bastards. And like I say, next week, I mentioned this earlier, but I didn't think to mention it again, so I definitely should. Next week is going to be a big week focused on me preparing my house for moving, because we've got, the realtor already has a buyer lined up, so I need to get the house ready for that. So don't be surprised if the stream times are a little bit wonky. I may end up missing a stream or two. If that happens, what I will then do is, because I promised you guys some Xenonauts 2 time. So if next week's stream schedule gets completely wonky, what I will do is I will extend my time off an extra week so that we can still get all of our promised Xenonauts time in. So that you guys are getting what I promised you. Because then what's time, obviously I'm excited to play it, but I won't lie, it is mostly a thank you to you guys for like all the amazing support that you have been giving me since I decided to start streaming, because I genuinely thought it'd be something that, I'll put it on every now and then, people won't really care. So just you guys being out here every day with me, it really does touch my heart. It really makes a difference. And so next week and next week and the week after, potentially the week after that, we're just going to focus on Xenonauts 2. We're going to have a good time, and it's kind of like my way of giving back to you guys. There we go. PS359 says, wait, we're supposed to wait to open the adult beverages? Nah. Steak the Dog says the early versions are lost, so it's hard to know the exact number of versions. If anybody would know, Hammer would. I don't know that anybody's ever actually counted how many discrete versions have been released. I'm saying it's probably 100. If not 200, so somewhere between 100 and 200 is my guesstimate. Oh, here is an important one. This is the StratCon campaign state. This stores all of the StratCon stuff to do with a campaign, and as you can see, this is hitting a lot. Oh, actually, those need to... That's fine, whatever. That'll come over in a minute. There we are. So just replacing a lot of these direct access with getters. I see what it's doing. Back on campaign state equals. Here's the thing. This could return null, so we're actually going to add some null protection here. There we go. Because if this returns null, which it can do, this is going to break. So let's just add in some null protection there while we're here. Doing that now because I'm not going to remember to do it later. And this is an example of what I've brought up before, because ATB, one of the problems they've got is that StratCon is built on top of ATB, and so it is impossible to get rid of StratCon. Let me just back the fuck up. Get rid of ATB. We want to keep StratCon. Get rid of ATB without breaking StratCon. So this is another reason why we're doing what we're doing, because we need to make sure that we're able to do that, because ATB has to leave. It has to go away. It is causing so many problems under the hood, and I've mentioned this yesterday, I think it was, but if you guys ever want a persistent op4, ATB has to go. ATB is old and crusty, it is. Hammer's looking up the archive. I'd be really interested to hear just how many releases have been done. State Log says, anyway, trying to decide if I want to stick to the user environment or the developer kit for 21. Honestly, it's up to you. If you think that you're going to want to contribute to the project, the developer kit is not that much bigger. If you don't think you're going to want to contribute to the project, just go with the runtime environment, the non-developer one. Psychotic says, I keep getting told I need more combat units, but I have 40 and it's asking for 39. Are those 40 assigned to the role that the contract is asking for? Because if the contract is saying, hey, I want 39 patrol units, and you have 20 patrol units and 19 maneuver units, then you're not going to be hitting the requirement. Also, make sure that they are in combat units, which means they have to be in combat teams. They need to have the little C with a line through it in your tow. If they're not combat units, they will not count. Okie dokie, back to the top. At least scrolling to the top is getting quicker and quicker each time. Can I minimize these? Yes, I can. Fantastic. Okay, what's next? Boolean is attacker. Well, this should be nice and easy. Oh wow, so Hammer says there are 112 unique numbered releases. Before those, they use date-stamped dev releases, and there are 384 of those. The oldest release I have is May 2002. Wow, that is a lot. I am happy that my guesstimate of the number of numbered releases was correct. That's fun. PS359 says they replayed MegaMek so long they remember when it was only intro tech. I was there, Frodo. Alright, so last but certainly not least, we have the various command roles. Okay, I am going to step away from the computer very briefly. I know I keep doing this, but I've just got a lot going on today, and I'll be back in just a second. And I'm back. It helps if I unmute myself before I announce that I'm back. So for this one, because these... Oh, God, what am I doing? Scoot to the top. These are just stored roles. I have no personal idea why we are storing clause roles at the contract level. One would assume, potentially incorrectly, that what you roll during negotiations only matters when you're doing negotiations. But what do I know? But seeing as these are all basically the same thing, we're going to move them all over at once. And Oops. Oh, I need to make them private. They're already private. Fantastic. Always got to check your privates. There we go. And here's the thing as well. Some of the things that stuff that we're moving over now, and as I say, we'll then be doing a review to see what stays moved over and what gets moved back. There's a better than average chance that some of the stuff that we keep in abstract might get moved over once we move to actually implementing the new stuff. Radar 651 says they have a friendly Lyrian Lyrian Commonwealth Armed Forces pilot with the call sign Trash Can. They're piloting a Wolverine 6R. you know full well that is not a call sign they chose for themselves. Yeah, that is definitely a call sign that was foisted upon them. And anybody who was around during the Scrotorius Bastards episode last week will be very aware I do not like the Wolverine. I do not think the Wolverine is a good mech. There are very few mechs, even in Intratech, where I feel like I'm worse off having the mech than not having the mech. The Wolverine is one of those ones where I'm like, nah, I'm good. I don't need your Wolverine. I'll skip out. Okay. Okay, so that is all the variables moved over. So our next objective is going to be to move over the other stuff. So initialize count contract details. Feel like that needs to stay. Calculator. Cool. That's not helpful at all. Check morale is a definitive ATB contract thing. What do we want to do here? I kind of asked for advanced scouting. If I click stay deployed, does that mean my people will make multiple scouting checks, or stay deployed only useful for training forces? Only useful for training forces. I'd say that only useful for training forces, but the way scenario generation works is we generate a scenario and then we decide where on the StratCon map that scenario should go. And part of the process that determines where that scenario should go also has weighting so that it is more likely to land on existing forces that are already in the map or player-owned facilities. So what you can do, if you have a lot of forces, you can use stay deployed to stay deployed a bunch of your forces, and then they can act like lightning rods to attract the enemy scenarios away from, say, a training battalion or your base that you really don't want to get attacked for the 56th time this contract. So stay deployed is most commonly used for training forces, but there are definite strategic reasons to use stay deployed on non-combat forces. I do not believe that there are benefits to using stay deployed with scouting forces, though. I don't believe they'll continuously scout. I could be wrong. Advanced scouting was over half a year ago, so I could be wrong. But that's my memory. I think we want a version of this in abstract contracts. So we're going to move this over. And we're just dumping stuff into abstract contract at this point with no real, no real rhyme or reason. We will sort that all later. Right now, it's just important to get the stuff moved, and then later we can worry about neatening things up. So I'm just checking, do we want all these stuff? I think we do. Okay, so this is our override, so we're probably not going to want to move that over. Everything else, let's try and move it over. Okay, something broke in check morale. Okay, because check morale needs the resource bundle that exists in ATB contract. So, what do we do there? Well, first of all, we're going to move check morale back. But you'll notice I'm copying it over. So check morale is going to go back in the exact same form that it currently is. And then it is going to get this. Then we come back here. Oh, I was too eager in my deleting, I think. Yes, I was. So this is now wherever check morale is. Check morale is now just an empty method. So the aim here is that we will override it elsewhere. Okay, let's have a look. What is over update enemy doing? Just putting update enemy. Okay, this stuff, this can live. Yeah, this is okay to live in here for now. However, update enemy is being called in ATB contract, so we need to make this protected so it can be accessed elsewhere. There we go. Now we've got some errors. Let's see what the errors are. We've got some more resource bundle calls. That's okay. So again, we're going to move this back to ATB contract. And then we're going to set it up as an override instead. Now, this isn't a public method, so it needs to be protected. Protected means anything that extends abstract contract will get, or is in the same package, will get access to it. Hammer says, I just better finish a contract type to the glossary. Fantastic. I will definitely get that reviewed. If it's not done, and I probably won't be able to get it reviewed between the end of this stream and the start of Scrotorious Bastards in like 3 hours, because I have like 2 hours between this stream and Scrotorious Bastards starting. Half an hour of that is pre-stream stuff, and then I still have to eat my dinner and make it. But what I will do is I'll make sure that's reviewed and merged before end of day today. Okay, so now we're looking good. So let's head back over to, yeah, this is all good. ATB contracts, move some more stuff over. Okay, get repair location says it's overriding. Is this overriding something in abstract contract? It is. Fantastic. Okay, so this is good. This is what we want. This can stay. This is returning best repair location. This is probably an ATB only thing, but we don't mind moving ATB only stuff over for now, because it's probably just going to get migrated back later. A contract score. This isn't an ATB thing, so this can go here. Oh, no, I fucked that up. Let's try that again. There we go. Cameron says it's just texting and tweaking some of the words. Fantastic. As to your answer, Radar, if you're using the default veteran tool set preset, then yes, they do. Okay, do a bonus roll. Now I know for a fact this is all ATB stuff. However, we're gonna move it over because everything that we can is getting moved over. Basically, if we can move something over and something else doesn't break, that's what we need to do. Look at this nonsense. This is just rubbish. Blah, 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 blah. Old code. So grumpy. Okay, so we're hitting some thises. Okay, so we need to have random day of the month. That needs to come over. There we go. What's the other? Add scenario needs to have a mission. So we can't do this because add scenario needs to have a mission. Do we want to change that? No. In that case, what is the play here? We will put this back and we'll do an override. I know for an absolute fact this crap is not staying. I've been wanting to get rid of the random bonus events for a while now. So that can all go. But what we will need to do is have it as an overload. So by default, it's just going to return false, which is nothing specific was triggered. So override. There we go. However, if it's an ATB contract, it's going to do special stuff. Same for check events. So it's going to become an override. And that's just an empty, now going to be an empty variable. So for anything that is an ATB contract, these will just return effectively nothing. And that's what abstract contract, once we're done, is going to look like for the most part to me. Lots of these little methods that don't do anything. And that's actually good. It might seem weird, but it is good. Because it means whenever we want to get this method, we don't need to say, hey, is this abstract contract a version of ATB contract? We can just say, give me this. And then it's going to give me that. Random day of the month is... that can stay. Contract extended. This is very much an ATB thing. So let's make this an override. So this is the system that determines whether or not the employer chooses to do an emergency clause. Monthly payout appears to be already overriding. Just double check it. We're already overriding that. That's good. Write to XML. This is good. That's good. Restores any reference to other contracts. Okay, I want this in here. Now this is just used for subcontracts, which will not be sticking around. I've said this earlier, subcontracts will be going away. But here, we can do this. There we go. And that's now going to work as it did previously. We've got an override for accept contract. That's fine. ATB contract. This is just doing a whole bunch of ATB contract stuff. That's also fine. This is just another constructor. Get ATB contract type. Where is this even being used? Okay. So this can stay here. This is just part of ATB contract stuff. Clan salvage override. No, I want this out because I want access to that elsewhere. Interesting. Okay, so this is just a reference. Fine, whatever. We actually no. We're going to need to break this open. I'm just trying to think what we need to do here. I think this will be okay. Get contract difficulty skulls. Yes, we want this to not just live in ATB. So let's snatch this out. Thank you kindly. Get the belligerence panel. Again, this isn't just an ATB contract thing anymore. Calculate contract difficulty. So this is actually a method that we optimized earlier. I mentioned earlier I managed to save like 23 seconds off of new day load times. It's a huge saving. So some of this stuff will actually get moved into its own class entirely. Like, we don't need the difficulty estimate to live in ATB contract. Okay, so nothing's broken here, nothing's broken here, nothing's broken here, and nothing is broken here. What we now need to do, though, is we need to come into here, and we need to... it's already set up as mission. Okay, that's good. So we're going to do... Okay. So our next thing is we're going to boot MekHQ and see if it catches fire. If it doesn't catch fire, we're in the green. It means that the migration was successful, and it means that we can move on to the next stage, which we will not be doing today. Okay, it's telling me that the commit contains errors, so we're going to find out what those are in just a second. It's gonna, what it'll do is it'll break the build, and that's okay. I am so looking forward to this coming release. I keep saying it, but it's true, and I'm excited to see what you guys manage to do with the systems editor. I am genuinely looking forward to opening up your campaigns when I'm fixing your bugs and see a vastly different galaxy that you yourself have helped shape. Hammer suggested earlier that we could have successful contracts actually influence planetary ownership. That's not something we can commit to right yet, but it is something that's a very interesting idea. And it's an idea that's been on the my mind too. PS359 says, I'm really excited to see how much embezzlement is going to take place. Yeah, time shall tell. Can can you change hiring hall status? Because I could not find that. I do not know. I'm not the developer behind that. Oh, we're seeing if they're literally loading into MekHQ. Let's take a look. We can definitely find out for you, Pink Bully. But I wasn't the developer behind the planetary editor, so my knowledge is a bit more limited. But we can certainly find out. Oh, helps if I go to the right screen. Shazam. You're saying you're fixing the population of a planet? Oh, that's good to know. What was the problem with the population? Is that a data issue, or is that just something you personally wanted to change? Okay, that's all looking good. Can we accept contracts? Don't care. Sure. Yeah, whatever. Go away. Go away. Go away. Okay, so we were able to accept the contract. It didn't immediately catch fire. Let's go over to the interstellar map. We're on Galatea. Let's just go. Oh, GM mode. So you were wanting to change hiring hall status. Let's see. Yeah, that doesn't look like it is possible right now. Yeah, what I would recommend... The wiki said the planet had a population of 2.5 billion. So that kind of thing, yes, you can just edit it and fix it in your personal campaign. That's the kind of thing you should flag to us. You should flag to us by letting us know, because if it's a mistake, we should fix that. Hammer says, I feel like we derive the hiring hall from code. We do, but there are certain planets that are specifically specified as having a certain hiring hall. If I go back to the code, seeing as we're basically done with what we needed to do today, I have more time to basically just fiddle in code. So let me go to data. Go down to planetary systems, and we want Galatea. And I believe it will say, yeah, it helps we're in the right system. Yeah, see, it specifically states that it has a hiring hall in the code right here. So we can encode state hiring hall as one of the possible events that can change. So I would say the best thing for you to do right now would be to open an RFE to ask us to enable the ability to edit hiring halls. I am not the developer in question, but I think that is a great idea. I can definitely understand why players would want it. So definitely put that make that request on GitHub. Be aware that it is not going to be in 51. Even if Altair was amazing and did it literally today, I would probably suggest we hold it back, just because I would hate for this amazing system to get broken by a last minute change. Sample of the glossary entry in the MekHQ channel. Let's go read a Luku. Oh god, a whole bunch of people, blah 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 blah. Okay, so we're going to switch over to Discord. Shazam. Cadre duty, possibly the lightest duty of all. A command on Cadre or training assignment instructs corporate, security personnel, or local planetary militia in combat tactics. The work is usually folded into a garrison contract where possible. Larger units detaching anything from a single lance to an entire company to teach, while the rest of the force is employed elsewhere. A 12-month contract operating under the Cadre combat role. It counts among the garrison type contracts. It is Its operation tempo multiplies base monthly by 0.8. Where parts are restricted by mission, it carries a parts availability modifier of -2. Plugging the command into the employer's supply mode for easiest resupply. Yeah, that's perfect, Hammer. PS359 says, does the population of a planet have any impact on the campaign? Yes, it does. The new personnel market, and again, I mentioned this earlier on Discord, but I probably should stop calling it the new market at this point. It's been out for nearly a year, but the new personnel market bases the number of recruits on the population of the planet that you're on. So you always want to be recruiting on somewhere that has a good hiring hall, a large population, and is ideally the capital of a major faction. And that will give you the best experience. Oh, got radar down here. They say they hate the LCF supplies. I don't know. They got 888 48-hour ration packs, and they're 93 battle anthem music trips. This is like the best resupply. And it's only costing a bargain 59,000 C-bills. You are robbing them. Those battle anthem music clips of the Illyrian Commonwealth, the imminent victory of the Illyrian Commonwealth, famous battle anthem, that sells for great amount of C-bills on space eBay. I think radar here is robbing the Lyrans. They didn't get you a whole left arm actuator. Fantastic. So we're going to come out of here just because I don't want to accidentally reveal something that I shouldn't. Head back to MekHQ. Okay. Let us see, because we still have like 40 minutes of stream left. Let us see here. So I'm going to boot up Safari. And let us have a look at the queue. Is there anything that needs addressing? Steak the Dog said it'd be kind of funny if the RPG items actually showed up in your warehouse. I considered it, then I decided I didn't want to deal with the complaints. Also, I didn't want to have to deal with our parts code. You yourself can decide which is the bigger reason. Okay. I may need to come through these and review. Actually, that's what we're going to do. Anything that has more than one response, we're going to make sure there's no feedback that needs to be addressed. That's done. We'll have a look at that anyway. And that is fine. Okay, that's all good. Just need to clarify it absolutely. There we go. And lastly, we've got some bug fixes coming for scouting, but it's coming in the next one. It's not a major bug. As for the reason people are guessing it's the parts code, it is in fact, you are correct, the parts code. Oh, I'm also negotiating with the family what I'm cooking for dinner tonight. It's going to be chicken salad again, because our family member that's just come out of hospital is not feeling particularly hungry, and something light like a chicken salad is what they're looking for. So we'll have a nice chicken salad. Let's have a look. See if there's anything in the issues queue. We're just seeing if there's anything that we can just sneak in at the last second. Or maybe not sneak in, but just spend our last 30 minutes or so. 1 second. This is an interesting bug. The post-battle sandwich screen sorting not in the same way each time. I've never been able to replicate that. It's a peculiar one. Oh, I I know what we can do. Who wants to implement some more SPAs? Let me switch over. I'm just going to make sure that I have everything done. SPAs are fun. I know there's one SPA I want to implement, but let's. We had a lot of fun last week. Let's see if we can't add some more fun SPAs. Maybe only a couple, and these won't be coming in 51.0. There's no reason to, but we can see what we can add. Radar says, oh boy, SPAs, dives into the parts code. No! Why are you mean? Okay, back into IntelliJ. We are going to add some SPAs. So the first one I'm going to add is the beloved pet. Because this is something people were requesting on Discord, pet ownership, and I am absolutely not implementing a pet ownership system, okay? I love you guys, it ain't fucking happening. But we can add a beloved pet SPA. If you're wondering why it's never happening, it's because I don't want to have to create a person object that isn't a person and then deal with all of that. It would be a nightmare, and I'm good. Okay, sexual attribute is 200. Okay. So. Radar is having to escort industrial mechs in its convoy operation. Oh god. Speaking of convoys and more specifically industrial mechs, you will find in 51.0 the clan commanders will stop turning up in their favorite industrial mech. Second SPA increases both maximum and current edge by 1. There we go. And it's going to be worth 300 XP. This is going to be a chonky one. Because this is going to increase your maximum edge, which will also stack with exceptional attribute edge, and it's going to increase your standard edge by 1 as well. So this is like a really expensive. Really expensive SPA, but really powerful too. Take care, Hammer. Thank you for dropping in. And like I said, I'll definitely get that merged in tonight. There we go. Okay, that handles that. Get adjusted edge. Perfect. There we go. So that SPA is done, and that's, like I say, what that's going to do is it's going to increase your maximum edge by 1, and it's going to increase your current edge by 1. It's going to cost you 300 XP, so it's going to be incredibly expensive, and it's not intended to be something that everybody takes, but the intention is that it's going to make a really, really nice, bonus for as a veteran award. Like if you get this veteran award, not only are you increasing your maximum, but you're also increasing your current. It's like a twofer. And like I say, it's just a nice little bonus. Nothing too exciting. There we go. Let's wait for that to go through. Let's hit push. And if anybody has any ideas for other SPAs, I'd be happy to hear them. That was the one I wanted to do. So I am, as with last week, I am happy to come back. If however you want to do something different, we can always add more SPAs. And not SPAs, we can always add more call signs. So if anybody has no ideas for SPAs. Oh, okay. So PS359 says, oh wait, SPAs for what kind of personnel? So the kind of vibe I want for SPAs here is SPAs that add character to a person, but are not necessarily bound to any given job role. And it's worth to remember, we cannot add anything that can influence directly in MegaMek. So we can't have, oh, if this character falls, they get a point of edge back. Obviously that would be broken, but we can't include something like that because that has to interface directly with MegaMek. What we could do is say, oh, this character gets +1 on all piloting rolls. Again, still broken, not going to include it, but we can do that because that doesn't directly influence how things work in MegaMek. Hates boss. Ooh, we might be able to do something like that. Let me finish setting this up. I think the problem with hates boss is it's very linear. Rainer suggested Grease Monkey that gives a bonus to repair or maintenance checks. The thing is, we already have one that does bonuses to repair and one that does bonuses to maintenance. We can definitely, and I will be perfectly honest, if it's touching repairs and maintenance, just it ain't fucking happening. That came off really aggressive. It wasn't meant to come off that aggressive. But yeah, our parts, the problems with our parts code extends to repair and rearm. As if any of you remember us working on the broken hips and shoulders the other day. What we could do though, no, we could add a tech one called I'll Do It Myself. And what I'm thinking, this is gonna be a fun little tech one. It can be used tech or doctors, and it reduces the. We'll have to see if we can get this to work. But what I'm thinking is we'll call it I'll Do It Myself, and it means that they do not require Aztecs or medics. Let's see if we can make that work, because that could be a fun little one that like adds character to someone. I'm not too sure about hates boss, just because bosses change and then we'd have to go back and reevaluate that. There is also already a SPA that reflects not liking people in charge. Okay, so get Aztec requirements. So here we just need to find out where we're getting it. So Aztec pull minutes. Number of Aztecs, okay. So this is where we're determining how many Aztecs we actually have. Alright, returning Aztecs. But where are we determining how many Aztecs we need is a question. Oh, here we are. Get Aztec need. Shazam. Okay, we can definitely do this. So, active personnel equal get active personnel. We don't include prisoners or camp followers. We can actually go one better. We can say techs. Give me techs. And it wants it to be list person. I can never remember the syntax for streams, so just bear with me. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay. This is simple enough. Okay, so that's giving us a text, and then we can have int tech count equals, it's just gonna be the size. Ugh. And then we need to pass through for person tech. Boolean as do it myself equals person get options, get Boolean. Okay, so now we're going to switch over. So this is where we're going to need to hook it into. So we'll just assume we have it. And if, as I'll do it myself, then tech count get minused as text size. And this will replace down here. We're not returning a long anymore, so we don't need to worry about that. Okay, so now we need to go ahead and, excuse me. Ooh, Gourmet Chef gives a bonus to helping combat fatigue when assigned to the field kitchen commissary. I like the idea of that one. I've got 20 minutes. Let's finish this one up real quick and let's move on to that one. That one sounds fun. So we need to go down to data. I do like the idea. Gourmet Chef is a good idea. That's a fun one. So unofficial. I'll do it myself. Okay, and we want them to this is something I actually want to have this for elites. Elites, veteran. Let's go with veteran. Um 100 XP, 200 XP. Trying to think if we want to have 100 XP or 200 XP here. Oh, that doesn't really affect much. 100 XP is fine. There we go. Okay, and then we need to add it in. Well, I do need to quickly, give me 2 seconds. I just realized I didn't mark the SPA we just did as not for 51.0. Someone is adding me in the contributors check. 1 second. This is something I need to have a look at. Okay, so that gives us the SPA. Next, we need to come back over to human resources and add it in. And we're basically going to be doing a very similar thing for get medic needs. And we weren't using a constant before, so we might as well add it. There we go. Okay, and he wants is doctor. There we go. It's another fun little one. And that's all good. Off it goes. Come on, hurry up and push, bloody thing. We're just waiting for this to down here to finish. It's just clunking along. I have noticed recently that IntelliJ just it's been having problems, and it keeps getting stuck when it comes to pushing. So let's just can this and push again. I say IntelliJ's been having issues. It could well be a GitHub issue. Oh, it looks like Hammer went through and cleared out the MekHQ queue, so that's all perfect. That means all the final fixes for MekHQ have been merged. MekHQ is basically, barring anything being found tonight, is how it is right now is going to be how it's going to launch. Yeah, I don't know if we're having a GitHub issue or we're having a IntelliJ issue, but the pushing does not seem to want to push, which is not ideal because we wish to push. Grumbly, grumbly, grumble. Well, what we can do then is we can work in here instead. So, what do we want to call this? We don't want to call it Gourmet Chef because we already have Gourmet Chefs as a civilian role. We could have surprisingly good chef. I'm just trying. I don't want to go with line cook because we want something that suggests that they are a really good chef. I know what we'll call it. We'll call it The Spice is Right. No, okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Oh, hey, Gribbly. The problem we're going to have with this one is that we don't know what... Okay, so this is actually not going to work. But we can work this. Okay, bear with me a second. It's not going to work exactly how we wanted to because we just simply don't have the tech for that yet. But what we can do... and just double check that art cooking is the right one. Art cooking, yes. Okay, so this isn't what we're looking for. But we're gonna have to work with what we've got here. Honestly, we'll just make it no skill requirements. Weight of 1, costs 100 XP. And we're definitely going to add the alternative. Okay, it looks like we... Oh no, the push has finally failed. Let's try that again. We can't call it it's fucking raw. I can say I'll definitely get into trouble for that, but we can include it's raw. I think that's fun. Okay, it looks like the push might have gone through this time, which is nice. What is next? Is it skill value? Maybe. Here we are, get SPA modifiers. Do we have anything for cooking already? I'm just seeing if we got anything for cooking before we add it. We don't, but that's okay. Okay, and it needs to be a plus. This plus is good. There we go. There's the spices, right? And now we need to add... It's raw. Gribbly is asking, do I ever tinker with the MekHQ Interstellar map? Yes. Why? No, we're just gonna call it it's raw. No, we can do this one. We can do something better here. What about idiot sandwich? No, because I really don't like that scene. We need to come up with a name for something that just like a person who cannot cook for the love of life. You guys think idiot sandwich is good? Okay, we'll go with idiot sandwich then. No, I don't want to have such an overt reference to something out of game. We need something like something that describes someone who just cannot cook. Burns ration packs. Ration pack burner. There we go. That works. Kitchen Menace. Oh no, there we have it. We have it, gang. PS359 Kitchen Menace. We do need to make it so that they are invalid. 1 second, I need to remember how to do it. Invalid abilities, there we go. So you can't have the Spices Right and Kitchen Menace at the same time. Okay, and then we just need to go to personnel options. I see your message there, Gribbly. If you bear with me, I'll finish doing what I'm doing and I can have a read and see what the issue is. There we go. Gribbly asks, is there a way to make the current system marker a little more distinct from the yellow capital system markers? Some of us have old eyes. You'll need to RFE it. That should be possible. Should be possible. We're talking about, we're doing direct draw when it comes to that. So yeah, it should be doable. Okay, I'll do it myself is from the other one. What I will do, actually, no, we're not going to have time to look into it. Yeah, if you can put in an RFE, I am definitely happy to take a look. It's just that we will not have time to do anything about that before launch of 51.0. But no, I 100% know exactly where you're coming from. So if you can put that RFE in, I can investigate it before 51.01 comes out. Okay, just double checking we've got the SPA set up correctly. 100 XP, minus 100 XP. Wait, one. Yeah, that is all good. But yeah, no, definitely Gribbly, put in that RFE, put in a suggestion how you'd like to see it changed, and we can definitely look into that. Okay, so let's go ahead and head over to Safari, and let's get our new SPAs added. Do we add a requirement to that? Give me a second. We're going to go over to data. Oh, this is where I was double checking the syntax earlier. Gribbly says they used to these things taking a while. Yeah, the thing is, it is a you know, we're volunteers at the end of the day, so things get done as quickly as they get done. We've actually got a mistake here because I Do It Myself will not be available to medtechs, so we'll have to come back and fix that. Oh, 1 second. My phone going off in the other room to tell me I need to start making dinner. It requires veteran tech, not vessel or surgery. That's one down. Has the other one pushed? Yes. Go. I do like how adding some silly little SPAs has become the end of the week tradition at this point. I need to make sure I put that into draft, otherwise Hammer might accidentally merge it. It wouldn't be the end of the world, but I'd rather hold this stuff up for the next release. New dev. Gribbly says reducing difficulty by 2. That's quite a large bonus. That's the standard for SPAs. At the end of the day, you're paying 100 XP for that. So like SPA is the standard for SPAs that reduced target numbers. In ATO is it reduces by 2. But yeah, like I say, you're paying 100 XP for the privilege. Well, and 100 XP for the privilege of reducing the target numbers for an RPG skill that doesn't have any mechanical effect. So I'm not too worried. Okay. We do need to go and fix this very quickly, though. Because I spotted a whoopsie-doodles. There we go. Okay, you didn't see what I was doing there. I was just adding doctor. Because I forgot to. And this is meant to be something that works for techs and doctors. But yeah, I mean, Gribbly, I know you're a contributor, so if you want to take a look at the Interstellar map, you'll most likely just need to increase the size of the halo. Okay, so let me just make sure this is in draft and everything. Yes, that should be in draft. Go away. There we go. Those all done for draft. We need to mark that as for new. You mostly a contributor on data stuff? Oh, okay, I see. There we are. Okay, I mean, last but certainly not least, we need to head over to data to make sure all the data is also marked as for new dev cycle. We missed one. There we go. Okay, so that brings us to the end of today's stream, but not the end of today's streaming. So it's 5 past the hour for me. In just under 2 hours, well, technically an hour and a half, we will start the prep for the next stream. So tonight is our weekly MekHQ campaign. Come join us and the Scrotorious Bastards, a Rasselhaig house unit, as we prepare in the 5 years before the clan invasion. That will be starting, well, the stream will open in about an hour and a half, give or take. And then that will start properly in 2 hours. If you want something to do while you wait for me to return, head over to the MegaMek official website. There is a new blog post that comes out. This blog post concerns some things that it's important to know before we release the next release. And when's the next release coming? You can enjoy that this weekend. But until then, I'm going to go make myself some dinner, and you all take care, and I'll see you soon.